Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. Good morning. We're going to get started in 1 or 2 minutes. Welcome. All right, everybody, good morning. It's been a marathon, I know, for lots of us, lots of you. Quick reminder about what we're doing today, and then I'm going to pass the microphone to Karen Mogis. So today is the day that we start really synthesizing the things that we've been hearing over the last couple of days. We're going to, this morning, first off, hear from water board staff and summit conveners some of the takeaways that they've been marinating in, and as really an invitation to the rest of you to have a conversation today about what those takeaways have been for you, what's percolating the most for you, as a group, collectively, and individually. And so we will have some discussion this morning about those sort of ahas generally, and then we're going to have all of you go into small groups for an hour to talk about big picture. What are the things you all think need to happen to get us to the goals that we've been talking about for the last few days? And also, are there critical near-term actions that are top of mind to get us there in the meantime? And then before lunch, we're going to come back. We're going to debrief what you talked about in terms of the big picture. We're going to go to lunch for an hour, so a shorter lunch today. We're going to come back and talk about, okay, what about the near term? And then we're going to wrap it up. What should folks expect coming out of this? What are some of the things that may be happening? And then we're going to be adjourning by 3:30 at the latest, and possibly sooner. So that's the gist. Any other comments, logistical, housekeeping, otherwise, from the planning team or others? Okay, I'm going to turn to Karen. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah. I'm going to start off the way that Karen Cowan started off. I'm Karen Mogis, sorry, I should introduce myself. Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board. I want to start off by thanking you all. This must be a really important topic because you're all back after a couple of days. So really nice to see so many of you all still here and engaged. Really want to thank all of the participants and your engagement in the discussions over the last few days. It has been really valuable. I also want to thank all of the presenters over the last couple of days. And, it takes a lot of effort to put together presentations, making them, concise enough to present at such an event. So really want to thank the presenters. And then finally, I cannot thank enough the planning team that worked on everything that ran up to this, which of course was a huge lift, and all of the logistics of making stuff work while we're here over the last few days. Karen Cowan was up till like 11 o'clock putting together the presentation you're about to see last night. They talked over dinner. They've been bacteria for like a year now, and over the last 3 days, nothing other than bacteria. So really thank the team that has pulled this off very much. So as Ryan said, we're going to be summarizing the first 2 days of the summit. Largely for the folks who may not have been able to participate either in the first 2 days at all or sporadically over the last couple of days. And so we'll just give a quick, broad overview of what's happened. And then, but before we do that, I just want to remind you all that this is a start of a conversation. This is the beginning of a dialogue to talk about what we need to be, and it was intended where we need to go, and it was intended to be the start of a conversation, not the end all be all. And we're not coming away with, a work plan of what we're going to do for, the next 5-10 years from this conversation. Hopefully, we'll get there and continue the conversation so that we get there. And so my observation is that we've achieved that goal. This has been valuable dialogue that we intended to foster, and it's been really, really great. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that there are voices that aren't here and that need to be engaged and have an opportunity to offer their perspective and their voice. And so that will be definitely one of the next steps that we'll come away with after this summit. So with that tee up, I'd like to hand it back over to Karen Cowan, I think, to present, or Rebecca, whichever, I'm not sure which. And again, thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to the rest of the day's conversation.
A little better? Yep.
Very good. All right, well, I want to say thank you as well to State Water Board, Rebecca, Amanda Blackwell. She's done a huge lift. Christine has been amazing with logistics. Again, thank you to the presenters coming from DC, everyone coming from California, carving out your time. We knew it was a great opportunity to have a conversation, and I think it's been more enriching than I could have even ever hoped for. So thank you all for helping to make that possible. All right. All right, so John, we're inserting your disclaimer right here that again, as Karen said, we're sort of starting the conversation. We're boiling it down. I was up till 11 p.m. I think I slept for 4 hours. I have not had coffee. So there's your full disclaimer. I'm not sure what I'm saying. Take it with a grain of salt. Also, if anyone has spare coffee, I will take it. All right, so, oh, no, that's not.
Yeah, so for some reason, there's always something, right? The images didn't populate when we moved the presentation, but the words are there.
Okay,
So
cool.
just no pretty images today.
So everybody see the image. It's right here. Have a look. It's the same one we did in the beginning. It's about goals for dialogue and deliberation. That's what we talked about in the beginning. So hopefully it's seared into your memory at this point. So this is where we ended in the day one. Opening presentation, what do we hope to achieve? So now day 3, where we're really hoping to achieve it, just sort of refreshing everybody's memory. And the two big things at the highest level, that tier 1 first order goals, issue learning and improved relationships. So on the improved relationship side, again, I'm going to go back to just everybody being together in a space where we're not talking about a regulatory action or, looking and critiquing a document of what would you do better and what are your comments. This has been a space to say we have a collective goal and we want to build solutions. So I think I welcome new folks I've gotten to meet. Wastewater Corner, thank you for engaging. Everybody, again, thank you so much. So what I've heard from you all echoes that. So I think that's something we're making significant progress on and continue to hope and seek other partners and hear other voices and continue to build that out on the relationship scale. All right, so issue learning. We're going to start with sort of summarizing what have we kind of learned over the last 2 days, as Karen noted, because not everybody may have been here. Other people may not have also had coffee and forgotten. So a good place just to remind ourselves what we've learned. Okay. Should we just take this one since I'm still talking?
No, go for it.
Sure. So on day 1, we started with, and I would say would have affirmed that we do indeed all have these common shared goals, that we all want waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. And that's really important because everything else that comes after that hinges upon that. And again, I think we very much affirmed that on day 1.
So again, this is just some of the highlights that we were trying to coalesce around from what we heard from our different sessions over the last 2 days. When we started talking about some of the science on day 1, I think we all learned a little bit more about the 2012 recreational criteria at a national level and the linkage to risk
the 32 illnesses per 1,000 recreators, and that it also allows consideration of other methods and indicators that can still be protective of people that are getting into the water. So this is the recreation end of things. I also took away a little bit that there is the epidemiological link to the E. coli and enterococci objectives that we have in place, and that science continues to advance our understanding of risk in recreational waters. And I think we also took away that source matters for risk. When there is human sewage, viruses are most likely to be what are the pathogens that make people sick. In waters that are not impacted by human sources, it may not be viruses, it's probably other pathogens. And really what those sources are, the nature of the sources, the magnitude of those sources, all of that is really important in playing and then to the risk of illness when we get into the water. I took away that human sources are probably the riskiest, as well as potentially cattle sources. But that even there can be other sources, especially if they're at higher concentrations, that can lead to illness as well. And that indicator bacteria, our E. coli, our enterococci, they do a good job of indicating risk, but not necessarily all of the time, which of course makes it complicated, right? There's no easy, obvious number sometimes. Got the clicker.
Yep. All right, we also learned that rapid methods would increase timely risk communication to the public, and we all loved, at least I personally loved, Josh Steele's graph of warning, it may not have been safe for you to swim yesterday, we're not really sure how it'll be tomorrow, but good luck today. And I tried to put his graphic in, I'm glad I didn't because you wouldn't have seen it, but it's a great one. We also learned that QMRA is a tool to better characterize risk and risk management questions. It allows modeling of different scenarios, while EPI studies are limited to the study design. The scientific community has developed risk-based thresholds and framework for QMRA, and it is sensitive to the model inputs.
Okay. Building on that, we learned a little bit more about some of the tools that are under development and that are emerging to help us identify our different types of sources, be they human or otherwise, and if they are human, that we can tease out if they're coming from a septic system or a sewer, or maybe even our unhoused populations, and that distinguishing what the source is going to be important for resolving. Obviously, you got to know what it is before you can go about trying to fix it. Also talked a little bit about coliphage, a type of virus, as another tool for identifying sewage. Learned a little bit more about research to date, and a few case studies along the way.
All right, so that was day one. Day two. Day two, we talked about source reduction and regulatory actions. So on the source reduction side, we learned that source not only matters for risk, it matters for implementation. So the question is, are our actions removing the risk? We learned about dry weather and wet weather. Dry weather, we've had significant success. Wet weather, there's a lot more questions about what works. And I'm going to take a moment to plug stormwater capture, and I know John will say the same thing. Inland, there's a lot, right? We talk about dry weather, wet weather, coastal, inland. On the inland side, Nick actually kind of talked about this, Nick Martirano from the Water Quality Monitoring Council on the day one, is that the scope is bigger. You think about our coast is huge, but then you go inland and our inland area dwarfs our coast, right? So just by the scale of it, it's harder. There's more water bodies. And as of now, there's less studies, so we know less and have some bigger data gaps.
Have you touch on this one?
Oh, sorry, it's still me. Sorry, I got in our back and forth groove. All right, so there were some case studies that we had presented for some cities who've done an awful lot of work on source reduction. So what we learned is that indicator bacteria in those case studies did not necessarily correlate with the human waste markers. Human waste was not detected at some project sites, and human waste was detected in some storm drains. The case studies also showed that removal of human markers, so HF 183 in this instance, does not always remove FIB. And I really like the summation of this bullet, is that finding the source of human waste is hard. But once you find it, resolving it is actually kind of relatively easy. The easier part, I should say, not easy. Communicating safety of swimming. This is one that Jill Murray shared with us. Sorry, I was trying not to, but I'm going to give you full credit personally on this one, Jill, because it resonated with so many people in so many conversations. Is that communicating the safety of swimming when it is safe to swim is just as important as when we communicate that it's not safe to swim. And that's basically sort of an environmental justice. And you think about it, right? It's the beneficial use that we have both of these things we want to do, that when you swim, you are confident you won't get sick. And at the same time, we're making the right decision. So when we tell you it's not safe to swim, we're not removing that use. All right, now back to you.
Yeah, so, the afternoon yesterday, we started getting into some of our regulatory framework a little bit, and this sort of, hopefully will highlight a few of the points that we heard. There was a little bit of history that was shared about, in the 1970s, when we really started focusing on water quality, we were really invested in sewer, wastewater treatment, and in the 1990s, we started identifying and working more on stormwater as a source and focusing on our stormwater program. And we still have questions, right? We're still figuring out how can we focus on human sources in stormwater? How do we connect both the work of our stormwater and our wastewater entities in order to help prevent cross connections? And then also recognizing that there has been a lot of successes in the wastewater end when it comes to bacteria. Next slide.
Okay, from our regulatory portion, we heard controllable sources, and a desire to potentially move to a more proactive statewide approach. And to do that, we'd have to figure out what's the baseline level of activities that everyone should be doing, and moving away from sort of reactive actions when you find out that there's a problem. And in an ideal world, our actions would address the problems. The reality is the water boards need to enforce the water quality objectives. And there at times may be some tension between those two different outcomes. How low can we go was one of the questions that was asked, and acknowledging that there's a challenge with treating or disinfecting stormwater.
So we also talked a little bit about the need, if we are getting into risk-based approaches, to have that linkage back to illness rate, back to some justification and assurance that if we do set a new number based on risk, that it is, again, it has that linkage back to protection of our uses. We talked about a little bit about the existing regulatory tools that are built into the statewide bacteria provisions, the natural source exclusion, and the seasonal suspension of use approaches. We recognize that we need to figure out what to do when a source identification analysis shows that there's no human sources. So kind of just recognizing that that's still an open question. We still need to sort of figure out what our steps would be or could be. And that we're working to fill data gaps. This is something that came more from the Central Valley of just recognizing that there's opportunities to fill some data gaps in communicating what it means to be safe to swim in the inland world. And then I think we all heard a desire to work with our health agencies, both across the recreational as well as the shellfish space.
All right, so then you got to talk amongst yourselves in the breakout groups, which I will note, I felt energized. I purposely didn't participate. I wanted you all to share your thoughts, and I wanted to listen or eavesdrop, as the case may be, on your discussions. I was energized by the listening to everybody and having the space to talk. So the first session was basically focused on sort of source reduction, and a simple way to present this, right, sort of what resonated. And this is the same slide we had put up yesterday at the end of the breakout group. Risk-based, that was definitely something that came out of that on source reduction, talking about assessment, identification, controlling it, human sources, and acknowledging dry weather and wet weather. And then off of the risk-based, prioritizing and fixing it. Wastewater corner, sorry, this is probably not the end of the line, but those are the words that came out. Sewer, septic, broken pipes, and collective action. Again, that this is something collectively that we want to be working on together jointly with our stormwater and wastewater communities, within our communities themselves, and also the monitoring to support that. And then the communication portion of it. Again, public education, is it safe to swim, so they can understand that, and well as agency collaboration. And I'd note within even our own organizations, we all know that there's maybe at times silos even within the own places that we work. Yay, good, because it would make no sense without it.
So I think what you wanted to say here a little bit is that, there were a lot of different ideas that we heard. And we really appreciate all of those ideas, and I think we're going to continue to kind of discuss and think about them a little bit more today. Is there anything else you wanted to add for this, Karen?
Yeah, I think it's indicative of the fact that there's a lot of pieces to the regulatory framework, and there's a lot of people who are in different spots of it, so to speak, right? The 303D list, permits, TMDLs, they all interplay amongst themselves. So trying to boil this down, we have another graphic that we have our sort of to frame everything going forward, but acknowledging that there's lots and lots of ideas and lots of parts of the regulatory structure.
And then I just wanted to speak a bit on the shellfish component. I mean, a lot of what we were just talking about was, I think, more specific to our recreational uses. And I'll just share, this is almost more of my own take home, I guess, just a little bit in part, but I think I think I heard this from the rest of the group too, that more research, more consideration of our shellfish thresholds, I think is necessary. We need to evaluate the uses. We need to look at the link with the numbers to it being safe to eat the shellfish. And I think that there is a great desire and a need for us all to work with our public health agencies and officials from the state to the federal to the local side in order to kind of move forward with the shellfish standards issues a bit. I also want to recognize that I think there was a lot of positive reception around the idea of a shellfish index, or maybe even for recreation as well, but trying to take all these different types of thresholds that we use for indicator bacteria and maybe wrap it into one number that's really easy to understand and communicate with the public. And then the last bullet, I know, Karen, is one that you've always found just incredibly humorous throughout this, because we got early on one of our surveys for this summit, the whole, why are we worried about shellfish, or why does it matter? It's because they are so tasty. So we had to leave that up, and I think half of us had shellfish for dinner last night. So
And they were tasty. I think that goes along with our theme of cook and barbecue, maybe that came out yesterday. Oh, next slide. All right. So a note on what else we need to consider as we move forward. So tribal and cultural beneficial uses, we had this flagged in the beginning. We want to make sure we recognize it and capture it again. Yep. And just putting in framework of what that means, right? Like there's a recreational beneficial use, there's a shellfish beneficial use. So the tribal and cultural beneficial uses would be a third beneficial use. And lastly, equity, right? We all want to make sure that our communities have equal access to safe, clean water, and making sure we keep that in mind as we go forward.
So this is something of a wrap-up from what we've been kind of taking away, maybe some high-level concepts here. And at the top, you guys, it comes back, as I think we're all kind of thinking about, to making sure, doing our best to try to get to a place where it's safe to swim and safe to eat shellfish. And then fecal source matters in all of that. And looking at what the riskiest sources are, I think will be helpful in us making the biggest difference in trying to get to a place where it is safe to swim and safe to eat. Implementation matters. It seems to I think we all want to start thinking about ways where it's valuable and right to prioritize riskiest sources for source control, to control what is controllable, while also maintaining accountability and within all of us who deal with discharges and remaining accountable to the public to do everything we can as fast as we can for it to get to our goals of safe to swim, safe to eat. I also want to recognize that there are a variety probably of approaches for us to getting there that I think we all need to, from our own perspective, think about and see if we can implement. I think that there are different approaches across regional water boards. I think there may be some opportunities for us across the water boards to come together and think about what regulatory approaches would make the most sense. There could be, I think at a water body specific level, you may want to go into a modeling exercise using QMRA to do a site specific objective. In other places, that probably isn't going to make sense. So there is some variation, I think, depending on the water body that you're working on and what might be the best approach as well. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I'm going to add to this, if I may. I'm going to add that I think that there's a lot of value for the collective action, partnering, and messaging component of this as well that we heard. Partnering with public health experts, working through expert panels, especially if we do any modeling exercises to ensure our inputs are right to a QMRA exercise. Collective action together between stormwater and wastewater, communicating to the public so that they can easily understand risks in more real time. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. And I think maybe I'll pause there. I don't want to get too far ahead. I'm trying to look
You're
ahead.
pausing, but keep going. Next slide.
Next slide.
Okay. I think another way this was a good setup to sort of say what Rebecca said. Oh good, it made it here too. We started with this slide right at the end of our presentation at the beginning of day one, which is that there's so many folks here, so many folks in the room, so many folks not in the room who work on waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. And we all kind of have a piece of the pie. Hopefully now from an information perspective, we all have a way bigger common piece of the pie. And you see on here, you see public health, you see stormwater, you see wastewater, at least in terms of permits, waste discharge requirements, public communication. And our goal, again, is to get everybody sort of in alignment. So that's through partnerships, that's through getting us all quite literally swimming in the same direction to get to those shared goals and outcomes. So I don't know why this slide, it must be this one just had some trouble. So let's see if the words are there. Oh yeah, they come back. So back to what do we hope to achieve? So we got through the issue learning, the improved relationships part, and now we get into the priority action. So what can we start to brainstorm, what those actions can be at our individual levels and at the collective levels, both sort of long-term, like what are the things we really need to do to get there to waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat, and sort of some short-term things that might need to happen to help us align with those longer-term goals. And now, a message from our sponsor, Mr. Jonathan Bishop. You have anything else?
Well, I was just going to say, Karen and Tom, I'm glad you're up here too. I welcome you to join if you'd like up to the front. And Karen, you might as well sit down and grab a mic because I wouldn't be surprised if there's some just back and forth as we talk through this too.
Well, good morning. It's nice to be back and see you all. I just want to frame a few things for you to think about as you're thinking about actions moving forward, things that that are going to be impacting on these actions, these ideas, these concepts as we move forward. all of these have been mentioned, I think, throughout the last couple of days, but I'm going to try and put them into some focus. As we move forward, we have to think about equity and environmental justice and how does what we're proposing interact with that? And I'm going to just give a good example. There's a lot of economic incentive for Southern California beaches to spend money on dry weather diversions and addressing dry weather flows, because that tourist industry is huge, and that's a source of income and pride for the communities. You may not have that same incentive in the upper San Gabriel River, where many of our environmental justice communities recreate. And, they don't have that same incentive for those communities. But we have to figure out as a community how we're going to address that. We can't just spend our money on the most popular beaches in Southern California. So that's something we need to think about. We need to think about how we do this in terms of discussions with our permitting and TMDL folks. We have an existing regulatory structure. Changing that structure is not a flick of the switch. So working with our permitting folks, our TMDL folks, to take the information that we had and communicating that in a way that allows us to take the best ideas we have and use them in making our decisions so that we are focused on addressing the highest risk sources. We're spending our money in a way that produces the best results without essentially throwing away the idea that our job is to protect the waters, to make them safe to swim, to make them safe to eat real fish. And the way that the Clean Water Act and the Port of Cologne Act has always done that is to set standards, and then we meet the standards, and when we meet the standards, we know we've met the goals. So what I heard out of this is that maybe we need to look at that. Maybe there are other ways to address that, but we have to think of that as terms of a regulatory ecosystem and not just as we can change one thing. We also have to think about how changes in the way we look at bacteria, how do they affect the whole, that's not the right way I was going to say it. How does it interact with our other priorities for stormwater? We know that stormwater is a resource that we need to be utilizing more, and especially in areas where there's in coastal areas, in areas where there's a need for additional water, which is pretty much the whole state of California right now. And so capture and infiltration, capture and reuse of stormwater is a big priority. How does what we're thinking about deal with those multiple benefits? Has to be integrated, and that has to think about that. There are other voices that aren't here today. We're going to need to talk to them. We're going to need to ensure that the environmental activists that have spent years working on this, our voices are heard. And I'm going to propose that once we meet with them, that we should come back and try and have a one day where we bring back the ideas and make sure that we're working collectively. Because for this to be successful, it needs to be a collective action that we're working together, not a adversarial action where we're trying to impose one view on others. I also think that that we learned something here today. I heard from a couple of folks this morning about this, that this is a different forum than we usually use. Normally, the water boards put out an idea and say, now tell us what's wrong with it. And so we're in a adversarial role to begin with. And this is more of a fact-finding and more of a looking at the problem and looking at ways that we could address that problem without having a regulation or a permit or a TMDL that folks are reacting to. It's and at least the folks that talked to me found that refreshing. Figuring out how do we talk early enough about the problems obviously, we're not going to do this every week so that we're all in, talking together, because that would just be a whole job of just talking to each other. But the idea that, looking at the big picture problems before we write a regulation to solve them, and hearing from different voices early on allows people to one, know that their concerns are being heard before we put pen to paper, and two, we get to know each other. It's not that it's not hard to sue each other when you know each other. People sue me all the time, and I still think of them as nice people. But it does allow us to have a little more empathy for other folks' point of view if we've had discussions about the problem and not about our position on how it's implemented. And I think that I'm going to leave it at that, unless I left anything out that folks want to jump in on.
If I may, I'll add just a few things. I'm hoping to initiate some conversations within the water boards about some of what we've heard here within TMDL programs. I would like to reach out a little bit more with some of our permitting programs. And I couldn't tell you what it's going to lead to, right? But I think that I like what you were saying about looking at the whole regulatory ecosystem, and I'm looking forward to having those conversations within all of our organizations of the water board. I also just want to, on a more logistical, practical thing, we've been talking about also reporting out. You were talking, John, a little bit about a one-day coming back together to have a discussion, and I think that's great. And probably before we do that, we'll probably just get a report out document to everybody with at least the highlights and what we've kind of been summarizing here, and share that with everyone as well. And then I can't help but say, and I know I'm still learning, and I'm still going to be learning even today and as we move forward with this whole issue, but I feel like already after the last 2 days, the number of unknowns around bacteria has reduced and shrunken, and I feel like there's maybe some more known unknowns and maybe some actually known knowns now. So I just want to just recognize that, because I've been chewing on this like every night. I think I've been dreaming bacteria, and so I just want to. I feel like I've already gotten a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts to share, building off of this discussion right now. Maybe I think there's 3 of them. One, just you gave me a good way to say this, Rebecca, just now, because we within the water boards have a responsibility to make sure that we all are up to speed on the state of science, what's doable, and how we apply it in our regulatory programs, and strive to be consistent. But we don't have to be consistent. But we all want to work from the same facts. So going to kind of recognize that in a regulatory context is very difficult, as you know, but at least we can start with informally. We have mechanisms to communicate amongst ourselves. All our programs have what we call roundtables, where all the regions meet with state board staff on a regular basis. So we have them for basin planning, we have them for TMDLs, we have them for monitoring, we have them for stormwater, we have them for WDRs. So we have a mechanism there to bring knowledge to bear, so that I think fundamentally what we have all gained for participating in this symposium is at least a snapshot, if you will, of the state of understanding of relative risk of our, associated with our existing standards. What are the various sources and relative risk of those sources? Control, which ones have some sense of controllability, and there's a relative controllability, but in what way, what level of effort, at what cost. But what hopefully we can all agree to, despite all the difficult dialogue that we have to have, what are the basic facts, knowing that there's a lot we still don't know. But I think there are a lot of common understanding that I think would help make our future dialogue smoother than it's been. And the last thing I want, and then on relative risk, I want to make sure we don't go out of here saying, oh, we're only concerned about human sources because that's the highest risk. It's relative. So a large signal of a lower risk animal is still of concern. And it's just that when we get, it's not lower signals from other animals aren't as critical as low signals from humans, because humans are the dominant risk, right? So let's keep that in mind. We want to do all the doable things by paring down those high sources, whether it's low risk but high magnitude or low magnitude, high risk. Because I bring that up because we do engage with the agricultural community in some of our bacteria TMDLs, and there's that's a sensitive dialogue, you can imagine, about what's expected. And even with dealing with the human sources, we also deal with faulty septic systems, and we're actually, I guess, down to even individuals who are very reactive to having government come in and tell them that they're going to have to spend a lot of money cleaning up the poop in their backyard, so to speak. So the bottom line is, like, if we all have the same facts, we all have the benefit of kind of getting these messages out in a consistent, hopefully understandable manner. So I think we've only won by coming together. This has been a no-win, no-lose proposition coming together, but we got to commit to keeping this dialogue going, recognizing that we all have bandwidth and resource challenges, but at least we should all strive that we're going to be doing what we can within this big cloud of challenges. And I commit from the regional board perspective that we are on board to want to make sure that we're doing the best we can to make this work.
All right. Any other closing comments from folks up here before?
I just have a logistical thing to note. As soon as the YouTube links are done, because we've recorded this, right, because it's been streamed live, so everybody can have as much access as possible to these conversations, we can post things a wee bit faster than the water boards can. So just to get things accessible, we've put it on our website. So we'll do that as soon as we have the links. Anyone who's been a presenter, you'll get an email from us with a waiver asking if we can post your presentation. As long as everybody gives us permission to post, we'll post the physical presentations as well. And then that's, everyone can watch and learn and read and learn. And
I think that's great. I disagree that anyone's faster than waterboard at anything. Just, it's a basic premise. Once again, I want to thank you all. I'm going to turn it back over to Ryan and leave you all to think of great ideas and great ways for us to move this forward.
Okay. We have about 10 minutes or so and wanted to just leave a little bit of time for reactions, responses to what you've just heard over the last half an hour in terms of the responses, reactions, observations from Waterboard, CASQA staff. Are there things that really resonate with some of you that you just heard over the last half an hour? Are there things that are missing that you did not hear that have really stuck with you? Anything that you all would add to this before we break you into small group discussions? And you will have time to discuss all these in a smaller group. Yeah, go ahead. Yep, here come the microphones. Thanks.
I think one of the, everyone agrees that one of the heaviest lifts in this whole process is going to be relationship building. It's almost harder than finding human sources of bacteria.
Thanks for naming it. And I will say that when we break in a few minutes here for your small group discussions, we're going to ask you to think about big picture, what needs to happen, and near term, are there critical things that need to happen to sort of get you towards those long-term goals? And those aren't just regulatory things. Those are relationship building things. They're partnerships, they're communications, they're all the data and research and all the things that have been discussed. So please don't limit it. Please include those in your thinking. Rebecca,
add to that for a minute, Ryan, and I would love to hear from you guys what you're thinking that you might do. If you're, a municipality, if you're a discharger, permittee, if you work for a different agency, maybe what do we want to take John up on his offer to ask EPA to do for us as well? I know we were just talking a lot about what we as the water boards, from our perspective, might be doing as we move forward. But I would love, as we also start bringing out what else you guys might want to pick up from this and run with as well.
right? Yeah. So when you talk about those near-term actions or long-term, big picture, please include those kinds of ideas. Thanks for raising that. Anything, other things that you want to seed for the small group discussions? Other observations? Okay. So here's what we are going to do next. And Christine, you can pull up those slides about the small groups. We're going to, at 10 o'clock, please be, so you'll have 10 minutes to just grab some coffee. Is there coffee out there? Anyone know? Okay, well, grab some water. Hopefully, anyway, so 10 minutes, thanks, John. We will gather in small groups at 10 o'clock, and you find your small group facilitators. They will be different. You have different groups today than yesterday, just in an attempt to give you exposure to different conversations. And so you will see in your packet, in your agenda packet you got on Wednesday morning, at the very back, it tells you where to go on day 2 yesterday and on day 3, which is today. So over the next 10 minutes, find where you're supposed to be at 10. Similar format, generally speaking, to yesterday's groups, although with a couple of caveats. So let me explain. First of all, this is a chance not just to think about what's on your mind, but what you've been hearing over the last couple of days about where you see ideas coalescing around collective action, individual actions, to achieve the goals of waters that are safe to swim, shellfish that are safe to eat. And with a focus on big picture, what needs to happen and what do you see as opportunities based on being here over the last 3 days. So please put on your sort of collaborative, collective action sort of hats. And so the questions are big picture, what needs to happen, and also are there near-term things that are on your mind to help get you there. And we're going to give you a chance to just go around in your small groups. Everyone will have a chance to speak. And then your small group facilitators will help lead you through a sort of a note-taking exercise just to call out the key ideas that have been expressed as you go around your circle. Keep in mind, this is just one of many kind of outputs of this summit. And we're not asking you in these small groups to chart the course for California bacteria going forward. We're just asking you to share your thoughts at this point. There, like you heard from the Water Board, there will be subsequent conversations with other parties not here. This is the beginning of many conversations and work to come. So please feel free to just share freely and candidly. We're not asking any of you to speak for your agencies or your entities. We're asking you to speak for yourselves, and please know that that's sort of the caveat for these conversations. And when the notes are taken from your small group, they will not be attributed to any of you specifically or to the groups specifically. And likewise, at the end of all that, we're going to ask you as a group to come up with three ideas, big picture, and 3 ideas near term that you all can get on board with discussing more. So we're going to ask you, of the laundry list of things you've discussed in your group, what are 3 things that you can all sort of get behind to discuss further and bring back to the full group? And then we'll ask you as a group to take a poll that reflects those. So your small group facilitators will walk you through this, but that's the idea. Any questions or comments about how that's going to work? We're going to get back together, so you'll be in your groups for an hour. You'll adjourn at 11 from your small groups, take a break, and then come back here at 11:15.
Ryan, if anyone doesn't know where they're supposed to go, come just ask me.
Okay.
Where am I supposed to go?
Come find Karen or any of us up here, and we'll help you figure out where you're supposed to go.
The restrooms are that way.
There will be a long line. There are restrooms right here, and there are also restrooms across the Sky Bridge. So if everyone heads for the bathrooms, know that you can go to those ones too. All right, thank you so much. See you in your small groups at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna. I heard they were mixing us up, but I'm glad. A couple of people, yeah. I thought we had a good group. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Obviously, we're running a few minutes late, but we will start, let's say, in 2 to 3 minutes. I'll grab the folks outside. Okay, everybody, we're going to get to the good stuff because now we're going to share with you a bit of what you all were just talking about. Okay. So up here on the screen is the beginning of something we're going to scroll through because this is an imperfect snapshot of the high-level ideas that came out of your small groups when we asked you what are the big picture things that need to happen to get us to our goals. And I asked you to sort of put a collaborative hat on and see if you all could just coalesce as a small group around up to 3 ideas each. So we had 14 groups with up to 3 ideas each. We have, 35 to 45 ideas here. I just want to point out I've already been told by some of the small groups that some of these were mistakes. I think some of these were meant to be on near term, some of them were meant to be on your sort of summary, but not necessarily the top 3. So take this with some grains of salt. I know at least the top 2, one about regulating pathogens, one about near-term actions. Those were mistakes, apparently. Salud. So I'm going to ask Christine, who's going through, just to scroll through very slowly, to give you all just take a couple minutes just to sort of take in some of the things that came out of the groups around what big picture things need to happen or be focused on. And please feel free if there's comments you want to make about your small group or clarifications as we go through the slides, or you need it to go slower, just like shoot your hand up in the air. And after we go through these, then we're going to talk about them. So you'll have a chance. Yeah, Bruce.
It's too hard to see.
It's impossible to see? All right, so thank you, Rebecca. We're going to try to turn the lights off, and I'm going to read through these. You want me to read through them would that be helpful? Yes, thumbs up? Okay. Well, I don't know. Yeah, because of the tech piece, we can't zoom in. First of all, 2 caveats about this. One is you're going to see that you all will get these sent to you. So that's one thing. Secondly, we're going to talk about them. So what I'd love to invite you all to do, and thank you, Rebecca, that makes it better. Yeah. When will we get them? When? Slow your roll, Rich. So I think the general answer is that they're going to be up on the CASCO website as soon as possible, along with all the presentations once the presenters give permission. We'll have all the poll results with some caveats up there. Okay, you all in the back still want me to read through? Thumbs up? Yeah? Okay, great. I'm going to skip the first 2 because I was told they were mistakes. Christine, are we back at the top? Yeah. Okay. All right, on the far right, upper right, list of baseline activities we should be doing is really needed. What is needed to get to the goal? Marine spatial planning, update provisions, and I'm just going to interrupt myself to say I'm going to read through these, and then I'm going to open it up to you all to provide clarification, elaboration, context from your small groups on things that you want to call out. Also, I know that Ashley and Rebecca have been up here furiously trying to look through these results over the last 15 minutes to pull out themes. And so then I'm going to turn to them as well. Update provisions based on more current science and allow for local use of compliance pathway tools and risk-based factors. Address gaps in science to help consider alternative thresholds if needed. Flexibility for regulators and for permittees and compliance. Communication and collaborative messaging. Joint fact-finding ahead of TMDLs and tools that promote development of better models, source identification methods, and high-resolution 3D mapping of infrastructure. Flexibility in reviewing and adjusting TMDLs. Risk-based regulations. Discussion about how we can look at alternative ways of demonstrating whether or not the standards are met with confidence that waters are safe to swim and shellfish are safe to eat. Flexibility in TMDL implementation, engage with NGOs and stakeholders at a regional level, have regional engagement. index to weigh risk, improving communication with the public about bacteria, accurately assess conditions, then target actions at most dangerous sources of contamination, moving towards risk-based assessments, regulations resulting in best protection of human health cohesion amongst regional and state and all state board leadership in coordinating and communicating for consistency. Collaboration and engagement with everyone, community members, permittees, regulators, NGOs, other government agencies is crucial to begin to affect change. Messaging and communication is as well. Identify a toolkit of actions that should be taken to address risk. Brainstorm ways to provide regulatory flexibility, i.e. allow multiple pathways to compliance. Urgent versus important in technical guidance and decision making. Short term, have all agencies, so I'm going to pause on short term, we'll come back to it after lunch. Broader public engagement and provide resources to execute. Establish and target funding mechanism to identify high-risk infrastructure to prioritize source reduction. Statewide consistency and annual communication. Broader public engagement, I read that. Framework that provides need-based funding support and assistance in applying for and managing grants. Develop a structure and process for an integrated approach to permitting. Communication to the public and amongst agencies. Better source tracking tools. They need to be simpler, more affordable, and real-time. Develop a simplified computer program to determine risk. Ideally, this would allow for individual ton input water quality information that is specific to a water body. Explore ways to allow state and regional boards to use new science as it becomes available. Consensus for basic action. Developing processes for communicating with all interested parties so we can come together in a manner that creates constructive dialogues. Work with NGOs to develop consistent messaging for the public. Better source tracking tools. I read that. Apply the technology to clean stormwater. A plan to begin to address wet weather. Revise use of FIB as a standard. Could use FIB and a preliminary screening to inform need to target monitoring efforts. More research and laboratory capabilities in real-time data, and we're almost done. A proposed indicator tool should link to a risk-based level that informs prioritization of actions. Sustain ongoing communication and partnership among all agencies. And lastly, there are 3 in this last box on the lower left. 1, flexibility in future regulations for adaptive implementation approaches. 2, consistent statewide framework for risk prioritization. 3, more data and research on shellfish harvesting activities and risks in inland waters. Awesome. So hopefully that allowed folks to take those in. What I would love to ask is for Ashley and Karen to share themes that you picked out now that you've had 10 more minutes than everyone else to look at these. And then I'd love to just open it up for, some discussion from all of you. It'd be wonderful to hear from at least one person per group just to get a flavor of some of these things in context. So let me turn first to Karen and Ashley. You can sit there too if you'd like.
Maybe I should stand so I don't fall asleep. So we took all of that feedback and just sort of tried to come up with like common themes, like to group them into, right? Which, as we all know, how fun is that task? But there were some things. So the first one, because we sorted them alphabetically, lack of a better phrase, actionable activities. And by that, it's sort of what we mean is something like, here's something that we could take away, go action tomorrow and start doing, or start to figure out like what could those things be. Data gaps. Where do we think we have data gaps? Engagement, an awful lot of feedback right on engagement. Funding, a couple of comments on funding. Integrating new science, be able to pull that in. And then slightly different than engagement, so we gave it a different category. John used this phrase, Jonathan Bishop this morning, joint fact finding. Like that's a little more process of like getting us all together to make good decisions in a positive way, a little bit different than just let's all talk to each other, right? A little different.
And I think specifically joint fact-finding, I heard people talk about it in the context of looking at data together.
Right.
And investigating and drawing and analyzing the data together.
One for leadership, and I'll note it was directed at State Water Board to help coordinate at the regional level as well. We have a couple others that we're not quite sure what you meant, so we might follow up with you. And then a whole bunch of risk-based categories. So risk-based communication, risk-based implementation, and risk-based regulations.
Great. Yeah, that is helpful. Well, what resonated? What do you want to give a little more context for in terms of your discussions in your small groups? I know that it's asking a lot because these are sensitive conversations, and you all were able to have them in your groups, and this is a larger group. But are there things that you can tell us a little bit more about in terms of these topics and how you discuss them in your small groups? Or anything that's missing that was discussed in your small groups and you think is worth noting? And I might even ask the small group facilitators, the water board staff who was in the small groups, if there are things that stood out for you. Yeah, Heather. And there are a couple mics floating around too.
This is Chris said. No, but we were thinking the same thing. So one thing that happens now, the state board could do to help regional board staff, because we're hearing a lot of, there's not enough resources and everyone needs a little cover and a little bit of help. So having the state, when the state board folk come to the regional boards to give the state board updates monthly, for them to kind of, talk about wet weather bacteria and what we've talked about, what we're doing, and maybe every 6 months have a very technical presentation at the state, at the regional boards on risk and the different things that we've learned, some of the important things that we've learned here, to try to help with the leadership kind of, consuming all of this, because they don't necessarily have time to spend 3 days learning about it.
That's so great. And it gives a little more context to this idea of leadership and what that looks like, what that could look like. Yeah. And some of these will come out in near-term actions as well. What else from other groups? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add that we had a relatively unique Northern California focused group. So we got to talk about things that would specifically help the situation up here with lots of 3D listings and not many TMDLs currently in development. So we talked about the risk-based, approach as being a very useful one, but then talked about potential guidance from a state board level, ideally, about the process for dealing with an impairment in looking at engaging the stakeholders and looking at sources first and looking at the options before diving into a TMDL is something that would help. And then also we had a couple of people from the 3D listing or who are involved in the listing process and evaluation here, and we talked about how it would be useful if there's a way of prioritizing water bodies are put on the 303D list based on where the beneficial use occurs, kind of thinking about things from where the swimming beach is first, and then looking at, what's an intermittent stream that feeds into it? Is it year-round? Kind of how that, how things work to focus on the objective of our water's safe to swim. I'm not sure how we propose that going about, but we just know that, with the process that's going to be done for the inland water body prioritization, that could be a potential pathway to think about that.
That's great. Thank you so much, Hope. And it also gives a little more flesh on the bones to what leadership from the state board could look like and specifically how. Thank you so much. Other comments? And maybe, I mean, I would love to hear from small group facilitators, staff from the water board that, who sat in on the small groups. Is there anything that, you think is worthy of providing a little more context about from your discussions?
I'll speak up.
Thank you.
Because we actually put a lot of attention to short term. So, but within that context, there's sort of a big picture agreement amongst our group about the value need for a roadmap to success. So we, thinking big picture, how do we get there from here? Let's not a roadmap to compliance, a roadmap to success, and so in the short term, we talked about things that we might be able to do under the context of little g guidance, because to do things, but we'll all benefit if there's a common understanding of how do we get there from here based on today's tools, the toolbox, and how do we advance that toolbox. So the big picture vision was a way to get us all thinking with the same facts in an adaptive, consistent manner.
Thank you. I can imagine others had similar, just from the commentary, similar conversations.
So I just want to build on mine, because I think build on what he said. To go along with that, we had a lot of interesting conversation about the words we use and how those are interpreted by different people, and and if we could get some joint understanding of what we really mean, that could be really valuable, because sometimes it's the words really matter, and we saw that a lot in our group. So,
Ashley, can I just ask a follow-up question about that? If there are any examples that you can call out? I know that on the first day or second day when you spoke, you talked about words with respect to sources. Was it that sort of thing, or others?
It was more about if it was more related to the implementation actions. What are best available? What are best efforts? Right. That can be a trigger word, or what does that really mean when different people hear that? And so that's why getting to more what's the roadmap to success, I think, is helpful. So that was one example, but there was a few others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember a conversation on the first day about many of you were saying, well, in addition to concerns, let's also tout our successes. And then there was some also wariness about doing too much touting, because there was a desire not to be seen as, somehow we're done. So I think it's also words in that sense are important. And it's hard to do that without real dialogue, and in a place where there's trust and some actual human connection. So I think that's something I've heard from many of you. Other observations, comments? Yes, please. There's one down in front. Dahlia. Oh, you can go next. We have one here, and then we'll come to Dahlia in front.
I'm going to defer to the chair of CASQUA.
Says the former treasurer.
Go ahead. There's time for both. Plenty of time. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Dahlia. So there's a number of boomers in the room that were at the start of the Stormwater Quality Task Force a number of years ago. There's Tom and Rich Watson and probably a couple of others. So I'm glad we're still here, as vibrant as ever, working with the state board to 30 years on.
More vibrant than ever.
More vibrant than ever on pressing regulatory and water quality management issues. Talking about nostalgia, there was a number of years ago a blue ribbon panel convened, and Rebecca mentioned this, to address the pressing question of the day, which was the suitability of numeric effluent limits in municipal permits. And I wonder if the time is now appropriate for another blue ribbon panel to be convened to think about the obligation on discharges to have a plan to achieve recreational water quality in wet weather. When wet weather was mentioned, and I know Karen has been diligently steering us not talk about compliance, talk about the outcomes we want to achieve, but we can't ignore compliance. There's a wet weather deadline comes due for the Middle Santa Ana River in 2 years. Are we ready to put forth a plan that would solve the problem in the following 5 years? I'm not sure that we are, and I think trying to ensure compliance at the same time as recognizing that we may have an unattainable goal, at least for the moment, could be a major misdirect of resources. So can we ensure that those scarce resources are applied to dry weather, to solving the things that we think we can solve, and not putting forward essentially pure conjecture simply to meet a regulatory obligation? So wet weather, blue ribbon panel has that time arrived.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah, and to kind of build on that, there was a discussion about can there be some policy or framework that gets developed at the state board level to address wet weather specifically. And to go back to something that was mentioned yesterday, things like a framework or criteria for like use attainability analysis, high flow, exemptions, those type of things. Because if there is a framework from the state board, but still the flexibility for the regional board to take that framework and tailor it to the region, I think that would be helpful. And that's where maybe this blue ribbon effort can help with. Along the same line of discussing wet weather, we did talk about climate change. I will say, I just attended a Flood Management Association conference where the Department of Water Resources was showing their modeling for climate change. And we know we're going to have wetter storms, longer duration storms, more intense storms. How do we now take that data and incorporate it into whatever direction we're going next? Because that's the reality. That's where we're going. So just kind of keeping that in mind. In terms of short term, sorry not to jump the gun to
You're
later.
just framing a later conversation. Go ahead.
We talked about, are perceived controllable sources actually that controllable? And if you ask a local agency, we might have some stories to share. So I think, and I think maybe Tom alluded to that. There's some stuff that's listed on there, like, the Unsheltered Community Challenge. That is a really kind of multi-layered, politically charged, very complex source to address. Is that really controllable? To a degree. There's other stuff that's less intense and less challenging, but I do think there was something mentioned earlier about this conversation is good because it helps us be empathetic to other people's, where they're coming from. I think incorporating that local agency boots on the ground implementation experience is hugely important.
Yeah.
So.
Great. That's great. And some of that is short. Some of the last part of what you said is near term, and part of it is just big picture, I think, still. Thank you so much. Are there other comments?
Back to me.
Please, Tom.
So I'm going to riff out a little bit of what we're just hearing here, too. But one thing I want to clarify, it doesn't work this way. It's like the state board is going to do something that's going to, for the regions. It's where the 110 water board said, I'm looking at Karen, because Karen and I particularly talking a lot about how do we do communication amongst ourselves, that we're working together. The state board doesn't have the staff capacity to do things without engaging the regions. So we do it together. So it's not like state board, you got to go tell the regions what to do. It's like, and I alluded to this morning, we do have these roundtables. We do have existing forums that allow us to communicate what goes on here and other things. So that's clearly a short term we can commit to. But in the context of the another big picture thing that we talked about in our group I want to amplify is the solution to get there needs to be all-encompassing about both at the state and local level, that it's our solution, and it's like the water boards can only do so much, municipal stormwater can only do so much, so we have to have that. We're looking at the integration of who is responsible or can work together on what pieces: municipal wastewater, municipal stormwater, local health, state health, water boards. So we should be building this path to success, not that embraces all the parties, because not one of us are going to be able to do it alone. So I think in the big picture, we have to make sure that we are creating a path to success that recognizes the need to bring others together. And then I'll amplify this one more way. We've talked about how we advance the tools and bring together the facts. The concept of convening an expert panel is one way to help get recognition of what the facts in a perhaps less controversial manner than the normal regulatory process. So that's a possibility. But we also talked about how, in order the path to success has to create an on-ramp or opportunity for the scientists, the academics to understand what do we need to manage so that they can create advancements in science that are usable for us. There's always that challenge between do the managers know what the scientists know? Do the scientists know what the managers need to know? And I think this is territory where we really need to bring that all together. So one of the themes came into play. Creating these tools that are expensive and difficult to use works in certain territory, but it's not going to work when we think about real-time, easy to use. We need the dipstick, so to speak. Is there a problem? But the spectrum of tools need to recognize sort of short-term, low-cost, real-time things. You saw that up there in concert with that feeding into the drilling down. Because if we just create a toolbox that's really expensive to use, the privileged communities will use them. The communities that can't afford to use them will be, I don't want to use a bad term. I was going to say screwed. Oh, I said it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think, Karen, did you want to riff off that?
I do. Thank you, Tom. It was like a softball pitch over here. I actually did participate in a group today that we were starting to brainstorm sort of what we do. And I loved our conversation because we reflected on what did you learn here in the summit that you could walk away with to your municipality and say, I can do this right now. Like, what can I do? It doesn't require the regional board or the state water board to go do something, but I learned something I can do. And we came up with a lot of really exciting ideas, which Tom kind of gets to your, City of San Diego, City of Santa Barbara have done some really great stuff. What from that could average Joe City take? Maybe not having the same exact resources, but what are the low-hanging fruit? What can people do to move that forward? And, we had some ideas about just having a decision-making framework, and using the cities who've done it, go to 5 outfalls and sample for HF 183 or something. And what do you do if you find just a little flow chart, put a couple dollars on it so that a city's like, oh, this isn't $1 million effort. This is $20,000 effort or whatever it may be. Something that you could take and figure it out. And then if you did some levels, you could go to your management and say, hey, you know what? We found some drains where we're finding human markers. We should really try to do something about that. That's kind of actionable. And I wanted to highlight that because it's not just down the road and the regulatory ecology, right? It's really what can we take out of this and do something?
Yeah. And I think when we come back from lunch and focus on near-term actions, we're going to, I think, hopefully hear more from all of you along those lines, and you all completed that poll as well. Thank you. I see a hand up right over there. Thank you.
Oh, I think we learned a lot, and I think one thing we just want to keep in mind is we don't want to let perfection be the enemy of something good. And so I just hope we can roll these ideas out quickly without stopping to make sure everything's 100% perfect, because our fecal indicator bacteria numbers aren't perfect either.
Were there any other thoughts on that? Because I know that's been a common conversation, at least. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Others from other groups that haven't had someone speaking from them. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
There were too many boomers talking, so one of the millennials had to speak up.
That's good. Yes, they did.
Yeah, and I think we outnumber the boomers, which is good. We'll try not to ruin retirement for the next generation, but I digress. So this is going back to what Tom was saying a little bit about.
We're just going to move on.
Power through. About regional board and state board talking to each other. One thing that came out of my groups yesterday and today was broader than that. Like being able to coordinate across CASQA, Water Board, and other agencies. So I don't know if Caitlin's still here from OPC, but we were talking about funding opportunities and how to relay that information just across platforms. And then another example was somebody might be sampling, just routine sampling, and they have a lot of exceedances. And they have no idea that there was an overflow just upstream because the people that are dealing with the overflow aren't talking to the people that are doing the regular sampling. So to the extent that there are opportunities for collaboration, and this summit has been a great one, I think there's a lot of room for improvement there.
Great, thank you so much. And there's been a lot of talk about collaborating across partnerships and in the community, and you're talking like even within agencies across departments. Yeah, perfect. I think there's another one down here, Brandon.
Hi, I'm a big believer in having good guidance. I think having guidance is not only helpful for regulators who may want an alternative other than a numeric. They want to be more prescriptive in permits. They want to use implementation-based options, but they don't know how to prescribe something to ensure that everyone does it consistently according to best practice. It's also really helpful for the permittee, the responsible party, because if they are having to defend their actions to either to an enforcement response or to a litigation situation, they need to show that what they implemented represents best practice, right? And MEP and things like these standards that are in permits and then that are terms that are used in the Clean Water Act. And so there's a lot of examples where we do this. For example, with our BMP manuals. We have BMP manuals so that everyone who does a BMP doesn't have to monitor BMPs and ensure that it performs this much for this pollutant every time. CASQA is a big leader in guidance, right? We wrote the non-industrial source demonstration guidance. Entities like ASCE, and EWRI, we had to develop guidance for pathogens. EPA has an IDDE manual. Some of those are outdated. Even the state's MST guidance document is really about MST performed at a watershed scale. It's not getting into the nitty-gritty of how do you do advanced IDDE and investigate in networks. We have some tools like the general one that Jill described, but EPA's IDDE guidance is now like 20 years old, and it's completely behind what California does, even in the most basic situations. I've talked to EPA about this. They didn't have funding to update it, but this might be something that CASQA could take on if they wanted, or work with others to take on. But guidance that reflects how do you do what Jill and Vicky do so well so that everyone can follow that, and then regional boards can have faith that when they require, like in the San Francisco Municipal Regional Permit, when they say you need to do advanced IDDE, that everyone does it right and the same way. Because if you don't do that, they won't. So guidance would be
guidance, great.
Illicit discharge detection and elimination, which in different permits means different things and in different states. In most states, it's very basic, and it varies with respect to the regional board's expectations in California, but usually it's very meager. It's like visual and odor inspections at outfalls and dry weather. So I use the term advanced IDDE. I'm talking about things like I described for the human waste source reduction strategy in Orange County, what San Diego's doing, and then what we saw Jill and Vicky. That's the bar that I'm talking about. If you want that done, you need guidance, and then people can follow it.
great and updated guidance for California. Amanda.
It didn't come out of our, well, I'm taking some of what we talked about in our group, and then some of what I'm hearing here is what I think probably the municipalities need to do a better job of is clearly describing what we're already doing. So like the comment from the millennial behind me saying that people who don't know, who are doing the sampling don't know that a spill has happened. I'm like, how would that be possible? I mean, that's kind of baseline. That's already going on, you know? So we put together voluminous annual reports that I'm sure nobody dives into, you know, but probably and I think where our blind spot is this is what we do day in and day out. And we forget about pointing it out to others, you know? So trying to, as part of this communication, much more clearly describing, here's all the efforts that we're doing. Here is all the stuff that we do on a daily basis to make sure to try to address these issues. So you understand when we say, well, when we focus on what we can't do because we take for granted what we're already doing.
And it sounds like part of that is communication and one way, and part of it is communication two ways. And that happens through putting out information, but also happens through conversations and engagement and all the partnering that's been talked about a bunch. Thank you for bringing that up. And I see one hand, maybe two went up right behind you. Heather, go ahead. Thank you so much for raising that.
1000% agree with that. But one of the other things that is really hard, because we put ungodly amounts of hours into reporting, like ridiculous amount of hours reporting and putting together data. And we have to do it twice a year now in LA because there wasn't transparency and they're forward facing. We don't get any feedback on that work.
Right.
We don't know if we're doing, like we think we're doing it right. We think we're working, because we are working really hard. We have, 2 inspectors that do nothing all day long, but go out and, and do all this work, and we document that.
So a way to get feedback.
How do we know? I mean, we're doing adaptive management all the time in our investigations, and I would say what he's talking about is advanced IDDE is source identification. I mean, we're popping manholes. We're trying to figure things out, and wildlife cameras, and I mean, we're doing a lot of this investigation and we're documenting it, but it doesn't seem to go anywhere. Mm-hmm. And it takes a lot of effort, and there's a lot of things happening, and at least in the phase ones, maybe because we're talking about really different permitting regimes, but having that level of appreciation for how much work all this is happening, and if it's not the right thing, then let us know so that we can redirect that effort to something that's effective.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, right, asking for feedback and also asking for a forum to have those discussions. Yeah, two-way.
I love to respond. I'm going to respond quick because I appreciate what you're saying, but the challenge is, it gets back to having a common understanding of the roadmap and what works and what doesn't. Because just say, well, because I appreciate what you're doing, but how do I do that as a staff member who's got all, who may not even, have the technical capability to question whether that's good or bad. So we would all benefit if we did have a common understanding of what are the doable things that are successful this way, so that there's no need to second guess, that you're doing things that are recognized, and because that's part of the challenge right now, that approach where we're doing things, well, the water board staff aren't telling me whether they like it or not. Well, that's part of the complication of this regulatory framework we have. We're not capable of giving that timely response to you. So I think we can get past that, though, back to creating this common understanding of the roadmap to success and the relative value and how to use the tools, so you aren't depending on the water boards. You're doing the right things for yourself, and we're able to recognize that as you are indeed on track to succeed.
Thanks for the back and forth. And does anyone else want to riff on that or anything else from your group? Yeah, far in the back on the left. Thank you.
We didn't really touch it on in the group, but I think it's about building the trust too between all parties, because when there's no trust, you have to focus on all documentation, and there becomes that need to say, I need my legal background and framework so that I'm not going to get sued. But that legal, like to document it so detailed, it does require incredibly amount of resources. But instead, when you work collaboratively on an issue and your regulator can see the work that you're doing, you can then work together on, oh no, you are doing the right priorities. And when we do our next permit draft, let's figure out a way to like focus on making sure that your resources will go to those priorities and really achieve that kind of next water quality. But it all builds on trust and collaboration instead of us all backing in our corners and saying, well, how do I legally defend myself in this situation? Which doesn't really get us closer to water quality.
Right.
And it can be as simple as doing research studies together. I mean, Alicia talked about the one that, the Sacramento Stormwater Partnership did with the regional board, and they're out sampling with us. So that conversation of like, do you know if you have an SSO? Well, my regulator saw that when she sampled, I said, hey, FYI, we're responding to an SSO in that watershed. So that might impact that sample today, but we have a response. We're getting out there within 2 hours, our standard time, and that builds up that trust. Had I just put that in a report that's in an appendix of 300 pages, I'm working on it right now, would that have built that trust? No. So it can only happen real time. It can't happen through documentation. So I think it shows that collaborative environments where we're all together, seeing the data, responding to it, seeing how we both are reacting, really can push us forward. And I think that's like the big picture is, how do we be more collaborative and get out of our corners?
I'm so glad that you said that. Thank you. Thank you. Because I think you just articulated a number of conversations that have been happening since the first day, the first morning. I think a number of you brought up trust and relationships, and you just put some context to it. I'm wondering if there are other examples, because you just, at the end of what you said, you provided an example of, here's how something's happening in Sacramento, for example, to build trust, looking at data together. Are there other examples of having seen this happen or seen this work? I mean, like one or two, in terms of having a conversation not a conversation, but doing something together in partnership that actually has built trust and led to some of what you all are talking about. Yeah, please. And you don't need to get into specifics, but just even as much you can say.
I'll do a nutshell. I mean,
great.
And drawing in shellfish. So
bonus.
The work that the Newport Bay funding partners, which are the municipalities who all drain to Newport Bay, and a couple of other water district and a major developer, are our lovely partners at SWRCB and the regional board. The regional board and the funding partners have designed studies to look at whether or not the fecal coliform standard and pathogens within the shellfish correlate. We're spending a ton of money together, and we're looking at the data, and we're designing the study, and we're trying to chart the path forward on what to do with that TMDL. And so I think that's been very beneficial, and I'm hoping that we can then share that statewide.
That's great. Thank you so much. Any other comments? Yeah, please, in the front on the left.
Yeah, just to comment on the joint fact-finding and successes. I've worked on a few of those, but one of the things that I learned was upfront, and it's a good baseline for building the trust, was a good charter document and an understanding of what your goals and outlining what the success looks like. helps a lot. So you stay on the same page. And one process in the Central Valley was a drinking water policy development. It had a pathogen element. It was helpful because the other thing is it takes a lot of patience because it took, 8 years or something. But reflecting back on this charter document.
Scared everybody.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And by the way, no one's shouted out for Gen X. So Gen X, yeah. Yeah. The lost generation. Oh, there it goes. So I think that, and I also would reiterate the over documentation of some of those rules of engagement. It becomes a legal exercise and becomes even more contentious sometimes when it's real broad, and it's not just focused on the successful outcomes.
Thank you so much for giving more examples of what joint fact-finding can look like and how it can build dialogue and trust. Yes, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight one example that came to mind, and the credit really goes to one of our wastewater agency partners, and this is Molten Eagle Water District in South Orange County. So 4 years ago, they actually took it upon themselves to create an urban runoff reduction task force with municipalities, stakeholders, NGOs, and I got to say, it's been wonderful to be a part of. We're not leading it. We're there with them at the table. They're really leading it, but it's all about improving water quality, conserving water. They really focus on water use efficiency standards, but it's all about, protecting beach water quality at the end of the major creek that most of their service area drains to. I think it's a really good model. We've been meeting for 4 years. We really enjoy the discussions we have, and a lot of great, I would say, ancillary projects, partnership projects have kind of sprung forth from just that collaborative partnership, and it's been a really great thing to be a part of.
Thank you so much. It's great to have these concrete examples. Yeah, Jill, there's a comment down here too. Jill, will you put your hand up so she sees? Oh, she sees you. Great.
This is just an example of a time when we did, I think, trust between the NGO community and the city was successful. We ended up on the beach bummer list last summer, which was a bummer. So picked up the phone, called the person who writes the report cards, what kind of data went into this, kind of build our understanding of what went into it. Then had conversations with other local environmental groups. This is our understanding. There was a really reactionary article in the paper called That Journalist. Let's talk this through. Remember, you've covered this before. You get this. This is complicated. He wrote a second article. The NGO wrote a beautiful editorial about how complicated these issues are, supporting our approach, supporting to continue thinking about FIB. There's a time when you should be looking at FIB. So in that case, I would say sustained personal relationships, phone calls, picking up the phone and talking really helped.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for saying that and imagining. There's so many people nodding their heads right now. I think that is a wonderful note to leave on for this conversation. Are there any other final comments before we break for lunch? This is a lot of food for thought, really, I can tell. And I know that there's folks from the convening group and water board who are going to be doing some thinking over lunch. And then we're going to come back at 1:15, so 1 hour, and we're going to talk about, some of you have already started this conversation, and we've got the results from your quick polling. What needs to happen? What are the critical near-term actions that need to and can happen immediately from some of these discussions? And then we're going to close it up. And so go have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1:15. Thanks. Hour lunch, 1 hour. Yeah. trickle back in. We were talking over lunch and are thinking that a lot of where we wanted to go this afternoon has been fast forwarded in a really helpful way. And it's sunny outside and it's Friday afternoon and it's been a long and productive 3 days. So all to say, I think we're going to be out early. And so we're going to just make this a really good wrap up. And anyway, we'll be ending early. But what we wanted to do was start with some reflections that happened over lunch. And then we're going to go into, reflections and sort of takeaways at this point. Then we're going to talk about, okay, near term, what can be done? What are actionable things that we can walk away with? And then we're going to wrap up and close and let everyone get home. So that's the idea here. Rebecca, I'm going to pass the mic to you. Great.
Yep, go ahead and pull it up. Well, let me start by saying that I'm a Gen Xer. And, sometimes it falls to us to bridge the gap between the millennials and the boomers, both of whom I very much enjoy working with. With that, I hope you guys all had a really good lunch. And I've been thinking a lot throughout these whole, now 2.5 days as I've been learning, as I've been listening. And what we tried to do is kind of take those takeaways, and maybe they're high-level principles, kind of whatever they are, and try to, we've already been talking about them. You've already heard a little bit about us say this morning when John and Karen were up here. I hope that they resonate a little bit with you. And I think that I also want to recognize that I still want to digest these and chew on them and think about them. They're not promises, but I think they are kind of takeaways at this point, of what we're really hearing. And intense, yeah. So, and with that, let's see. So Tom's up here. That's good. Karen's up here. Ashley, do you want to come and join us as well? You've been part of this whole steering committee putting this together. I wouldn't be surprised as we go through this if we just sort of all have a little bit more input to add as we go, and I welcome us all doing that. So with that, I think it's clear that our goal that we started with, at least for me, remains the same. We want to get to a place where it's safe to recreate, to get into the water, safe to swim without getting sick, safe to eat those tasty shellfish without getting sick. And I think another, big takeaway is the whole risk-based perspective that, takes a few different forms, but I think we're all kind of have a sense now of what that looks like. Part of which is that, source matters. We're kind of trying to define that a little bit more like fecal source type matters, and that not every source has the same level of risk. I will add that I think that there's some opportunities for standards in all of this. I'm learning, and like I said, this is some takeaways, but the current objectives are most indicative of risk when there are high levels of human sources. And one of our objectives, enterococci, E. coli, a higher threshold for those may be appropriate when sources are not the more riskier human and maybe cattle sources. And in such instances, a risk modeling effort, like the quantitative microbial risk assessment, QMRA, it could be a useful tool, and it could lead to site-specific objectives, SSOs. I just realized it had an acronym on there. It could lead to different thresholds in our TMDLs and maybe even in our permits. And that I also really, one of my take-homes is that a framework for what that process could look like to get us to those steps would be really helpful. And I think it goes beyond just into the standards-changing world about if we're doing the whole risk-based perspective, right? If we're doing source identification, when do we do that? What scale would we do that? How would we do it? How would we use the results? What could it mean in terms of the more regulatory components of the work that we do? And then implementation matters. So controllable sources, we've heard that a few times even today. Prioritize source control for those types of sources with the greater illness risk. accountability remains really important. It really does. It's important for us that there's an objective and that we ensure that that objective is attained through our regulatory processes. And then again, just like what I said above about a framework and a toolbox for this whole process, I think would be really helpful as well. Anybody want to add anything on that before I move on to the next? Okay.
Caveats on all this, because I actually think she did a really good job of summarizing stuff, a little bit of input from us. But just for those of you who have concern when we say controllable sources, behind that is what is defining controllable sources and degree of controllability. It's not a one-size-fits-all, but that's part of what we would build if we can accomplish that last bullet. That framework would give us a way to recognize that we're going to control the controllable sources that make a difference in a matter that can be done. And so there's caveats behind all that, but the focus on doable implementation, I really support.
There's going to be details in all of these that I think we're going to need to work through. But, this is the beginnings or the continuation, I think, of a conversation about how to get to where we want to get. The other thing, two other things I wanted to mention here about kind of big takeaways and principles. The one about collective action, partnering, messaging being critical, that applies to everything that I think it applies to everything I just talked about, right? As we go through communicate, we need to communicate what our goals are, why we're doing what we're doing, why we're focusing on what we're focusing on, and how we get and implement the tools that we have. Doing so with a joint fact-finding type of approach, I think, is one of the takeaways that I heard a lot today. Partnering and taking collective action together between all of us, that can be within our department, between the water boards, between stormwater and wastewater managers and entities, with the other perspectives that also care about bacteria and human health, with our public health officers. So it was just too many. If I tried to put all of those words on a slide, we would all get lost. So it really is about that partnering together. Oh, I did have a bullet about partnering with public health experts down there as well. And then rolling in through, I think there's going to be times where we're going to really need to get some of the experts on some of these issues working on specific charge questions, specific issues, probably in expert panels. For example, when and if we consider a QMRA risk-based threshold type of model assessment, we're probably going to want to have an expert panel help us with what are the inputs that we plug into that model. I think another takeaway is that we should take the time and put the work into highlighting the good work and the successes that we've done, be it with dry weather conditions on our beaches, recognizing that there's still work to do to get towards continued improvement, but we should highlight that progress has been made and water quality is better. And then I really appreciated some of the discussion just right before we went to lunch about the data and the monitoring that we are doing. Are we using that? Are we learning from that? Are we adaptively managing from that? So I think that's another takeaway that I certainly picked up on. And then through all of this, it's not the least, although it's the last on this list, it's communicating to the public. We get so wrapped up, I think we all know we get so wrapped up in our own jargon, right? And this goes back to, Jill, your presentation also about we want to be accurate. We don't want to unnecessarily warn people away from enjoying our beaches and our water. We want to be accurate in presenting the risk, and we would like to be able to do it more in real time. So that's something that I also wanted to include. And then finally, there's another kind of side component on this that I think is really important as we work with bacteria, and that you can say it's the monitoring and sampling, it's our data management, it's the tools that we use when we work with all of these bacteria indicator types. We do need to ensure that we have good methods, we have good data management, our data are of high quality so that they are consistent and comparable and repeatable, and so that we can really use them to answer some of the management questions that we have. So I think that there's a lot in that one bullet. There are a lot of details there, but that certainly is, I would say, an opportunity and a task for us to move forward with in the bacterial world. And then I think there's also, I've heard a few times, the need for some good technology to be able to use for source tracking identification and for rapid real-time data, so that we have obviously more real-time information coming in. So that was my pretty much kind of our sort of wrap up of, I think, what was a lot of good information. And there's definitely, this could be a few many people's careers to get to move. Well, that's the millennials.
Hey, for what it's worth, the first rock concert I went to was the Led Zeppelin 2 tour.
We're all jealous.
Whole lot of...
That's a good wrap up.
This is great. That was fabulous. Anything else that you guys want to add on any of this?
I think it's a lot of fun to talk poop.
Well, I was thinking at one point we should call this the Bacteria Palooza. Boo, I know, I heard a boo. Okay, do we want to then maybe transition? I think after, I don't know, do you want to open it up to any thoughts from the audience on all these? Do you want to move to more, or like kind of our next steps? What's your thought? Yeah.
Well, I think before we do talk about next steps and what's actionable here, before we take down the slides, actually, Amanda, sorry, does anyone want to, and maybe, do you mind going back to the first slide, Amanda, just for those of you who walked in just now, I wanted you to see that there were 2 slides here in terms of takeaways, principles that some of this group put together and Rebecca just presented. I'm just wondering, first of all, is there anything anyone wants to either ask about, comment on, anything that, and again, this will be factored into whatever report out comes. So I see, just know that you will be seeing this again in some form, I trust. And then there's a question in the back. Do you want to say something about that?
No, just
okay.
agree.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is awesome. It's like a 50-year list of stuff. Hopefully it doesn't take 50 years to get through. So I encourage us to think about how our EPA partners can be continue to be supporting us. I know John was saying that they are going through their 5-year review right now of science directives or next steps that they're going to be taking. Is that me? Oh. Second 5-year review of the 2012 criteria. And so the things we've been waiting on are obviously the QMRA technical guidance for quite a while, making that useful, understandable. I think he said it was, when he first wrote it, was like 700 pages or something like that. I don't know if that's entirely useful at 700 pages, but so how can they continue to support us? And I think he was saying it would be very useful for EPA to hear from the state board, from CASCA, from the state of California, if you will, on what our needs are from them very quickly as well. And then the other thing I wanted to just bring up is Rebecca used the word standards here as opposed to objectives, and I think that's super important because all of our creeks and all of our waterways are listed for REC 1 under all conditions, under all scenarios right now. And there's a little bit of a disconnect with the application of the objectives or the criteria and the uses and what types of uses are there when we're applying those objectives. And so I don't want to lose sight of that, is that it may not be a use redesignation. It might be some sub-uses, as we've seen, under certain variances or conditions that we might want to consider the application of the objectives in a different way. And I think that, EPA has some guidance out actually of some suggestions on how to do that and maintain the risk level, the protection level.
Great. Thank you so much for.
Can I just add real quick, because I realized in you talking that I actually left something incredibly important off this slide, which is our tribal uses and our subsistence users. And that's another opportunity within the standards world that I think is another big takeaway. So if I could do a quick edit, I would add that as another bullet there.
Under opportunities for standards?
Yes.
So imagine there's a fourth bullet. There will be. Okay. Thank you. Other comments about either of these two slides? What's here, what's missing? Yeah, go ahead.
This is a very quick and minor wordsmith. On your third bullet, instead of saying fecal source type matters, I think it should be bacteria source type matters, because not all of the bacteria is coming from fecal. Some of it is biofilm regrowth, plants, things like that. That's just a minor quibble.
Except we're concerned about more than bacteria. So that's another, I hear the concept, but I think limiting it to bacteria is just swinging it to another probably misnomer. But I hear you.
It sort of gets to one of the themes about words matter and how complicated it is.
We can't do that, because if you say source type matters, then someone says ag, stormwater, wastewater, and that's not it. So I love this conversation.
I think you're getting at something that has been, talked about quite a bit and is great. I'm glad you brought it up. Go ahead. I think there's one comment right behind. Oh, okay. So Heather, hang on 1 minute and we'll come to you.
Hi there. My name is John Ball. I'm with City of Los Angeles, and so represent a lot of people. And getting at this, I think it'd be really helpful to have some kind of document that basically goes from your outline right there. I mean, that's really helpful for me to take that back and just be able to communicate what is the direction we should be heading in, and if the state is really heading in this direction of a risk-based approach, that is really helpful to me and the others I work with as we plan our implementation. So I know that's been said, but I wanted to reiterate it. And I think that outline right there could serve as the table of contents. So.
No, thank you so much for saying that. That's actually really helpful, these comments to hear. Yes?
I'm not sure exactly where it belongs, but I think natural source exclusion, like from really undeveloped areas, needs to have a place somewhere. A bullet. I don't know if it's under fecal source type matters or the natural source exclusions, not just like urban animals, but just like really like national forest level sources.
And I see another hand went up right after you that might be building on what you have to say. Sure, pass it up back. And we can talk about whether there might be follow-up just to collect any other final reflections from all of you about just mulling this over along these same lines. But yeah, go ahead, Hope.
Okay, my comment wasn't actually building. It was
that's fine.
Going back to the wordsmithing, thinking under fecal source type matters, what we mean fecal indicator bacteria source type matters or fecal contamination source type matters. Or, one of those two, I think, might refine it a little bit more.
It's contamination.
Contamination.
Great. I think it's like more than wordsmithing, because so much of this is just like substantively important from all the discussion over the last couple of days. Thanks. Other comments? Yeah, in the far back.
Something that I noticed that wasn't listed on this slide is that we need to start also considering our inland waterways and specifically along with that, considerations that are going to be specific to those inland waterways that are not necessarily indicative of our urbanized beaches, which is sort of the model that we're working with here. So
I see nodding heads up here, I think, yeah, and some thumbs up. Any comments about that comment other than your nodding heads, Rebecca?
Yeah, I think I'd put it under the implementation potentially, although it spans even more than that, but I agree.
Awesome, thank you.
We also had an earlier morning presentation that some of these, I think, everybody's a little tired, that we can go back and make sure that, I don't think there's any disagreement of what was in this morning's and the afternoon, but there might be some things like that was in the morning and not in the afternoon. That's not intentional, but a good thing to make sure is captured for sure.
Thank you for saying that, Karen. I do think this morning was an awesome, for those of you who are here, which is most of you, was also an awesome summary snapshot of what's been said and thought about over the last couple of days. So I think integrating these as the part of the follow-up will be wonderful. Others, before we segue to what now? Okay. So Amanda, and Christine, would you be willing to pull up, what we wanted to do is pull up the results of the near-term, the conversation you all had about near-term actions and actionable next steps. And I think some of this group took a look at them over lunch, and I think many of them actually harkened back to what you said before lunch. And so they're not necessarily, some of them are new, but some of them really reiterate what was said before lunch. So we don't want to belabor it too long, but I know that some of you wanted to comment on what's here, and I'm wondering if we scroll down slowly, maybe we just slowly scroll down to give people an overview. Do you want me to read them, folks in the back, or can you see them? No, can't see them. Okay. I'm going to read through these just so you can see. And Amanda and Christine, you can just scroll down as I go. So engage with NGOs and figure out how to have a collective dialogue to get to collaborative action. Risk-based communication, monitoring framework, collaboration of tools between agencies, support development of cheaper, faster, easier, high-risk source marker methods, improve coordination with health departments and sanitation districts, state providing reference memo supporting application of latest science learned here, reassess how we evaluate TMDLs and finding alternative ways to track TMDLs, widespread ability for labs to store and run samples, no private regulatory conversations, even if it's hard, boards, NGOs, lawyers, etc. Schedule the next meeting, exclamation point. Acknowledge the value of a risk-based approach from the state board, update the state source tracking manual, maintain pathway for continued interagency collaboration, i.e. research and diversions, affordable, readily available real-time tools to take immediate action for source ID and response, prioritizing what thresholds are attainable and practical in wet weather and dry weather events. Progress moves at the pace of trust, build trust. Improve water board internal permitting and regulation coordination, AKA statewide consistency. More lab capacity and lower costs to provide analytical services to support newer source tracking technologies. Maintain pathway, for continued agency collaboration, i.e. research diversion, I read that, Testing for source as it occurs when in the field. Any next step needs to prioritize equity, tribal and cultural resources, and subsistence. Agency cooperation and partnerships along with better risk communication to the public. Increase precision of source ID as well as new technology and techniques become available. Improve, read that, need to not lose momentum that was started here. Yeah. Rapid monitoring for risk communication, more real-time communication to the public. Communicate what safe really means. May use an index to communicate severity of risk. See AQI or fire risk rating as a model. Identify controllable sources. Guidance for using using tools that are currently in our toolbox. Getting credit for actions toward compliance. Support from water boards on action so entities can get funding and support. improved and consistent communication of risks, e.g. consistent signage and use of infographics, attempt bacteria control plan prior to TMDL development, leverage existing programs for developing performance-based standards and BMP-based WQBELs, periodic update like this summit on the state of the science, increased coordination with public health agencies and experts, expand predictive modeling to identify potential recreational risks in real time, flexible compliance schedules, and determine if TMDL should apply to all tributaries. Some creek drainages are intermittent and may not contribute to main stem exceedances.
So,
yeah, and so Karen took a stab at sort of grouping them just to give a sense of what we think some of the themes may be. So, yeah, please.
Well, it's pretty similar to what we had for the big picture stuff in terms of what the categories are. So actionable activities, collaboration, data gaps, engagement, equity, laboratories and forward progress. That's a new one. Leadership, risk-based communication, risk-based regulations. And then the other two that are definitely more in the near term are things more of like further scientific development and technical resources. Just kind of all that she just went through, I think, falls in basically those kind of categories.
So when you see follow-up from this, we may try to group them, but you'll see all of these ideas. We're not going to change the words. I know a couple of you wanted to expand or elaborate or, mention things that weren't necessarily on this list about near-term options, or I think you did. Were there a couple of you who had your hands up about near-term ideas? And maybe we've talked about them. Yeah, Jill, here comes the mic.
Thanks. I just want to say I know there's a lot of interest in rapid methods and cheaper methods. We're 5 minutes away from same-day turnaround of HF-183 for $40 a sample using benchtop PCR, which is used in food science now. Wineries, breweries, they want to know if they have contaminants because they can grow quickly. So if someone has... I've been in communication with one of the companies that makes these machines. They just need to know there's a market. So if we can do a survey or something and say, if you could buy this machine for $10,000 and run samples for $50 a sample, how many would you do per year? Or something like that to provide evidence that the market would be there. I really think we could turn this around very, very quickly.
We have one taker.
Okay. And if anyone has a slush fund to kind of make something like this happen, I'm willing to be a point person. So just get in touch with me.
Crowdsourcing. No, that's great. It's great, and especially just the specific. I think any of you up front, feel free to respond or comment. But other things you might want to add, just in terms of what's on your radar for near-term actions. Yeah, Heather. Here comes the mic.
Stormwater Awareness Week is at the end of September. And the call to action for Stormwater Awareness Week is to each person to do a workshop, an education thing, something for free to any audience to communicate stormwater and what it is and why it's important. So if everybody in this room and everybody listening did that, in the next couple of weeks, that'd be great. I'm going to go on SCB TV, talk about it, and that's our local thing. But
awesome. Call to action. Thank you. Tangible. Others? Anything else? I think this is something that you all have thought about as well in terms of near-term action. So Rebecca, I'm going to pass to you to kick that off for the water board.
Can you switch back over to mine? All right. So yes, so I have been thinking a little bit about, what do we do as we walk out of here, right? What comes next? And some of this you also heard early this morning when we started off this day. But I'm going to frame this in the terms that this is a discussion. These 3 days have been a discussion. We've built upon work that's already been done. We're going to be continuing to have a discussion about what we can do better. And so I think that, in the broad sense, that's what we should continue to do is keep talking about it, keep working towards making future progress. More specifically, in the near term, the water boards are going to have a similar conversation as what we've been having here in this room with some of the non-governmental organizations and other perspectives that haven't been able to join us this week. I don't know what it is about this week, but this is a very popular week for a lot of things. And so we want to reach out and have some similar discussions to make sure we hear all perspectives. And then I think we all should continue to have conversations to consider the options to better achieve our goals of the safe to swim, safe to eat, and the awareness that fecal source matter. What are we calling it now? Bacteria source type, fecal source type, however contamination, that does matter. And that can take a lot of different forms, right? I know within the water boards, you've heard us a few times say that we want to kind of initiate some conversations within our organization. Encourage you guys to also do the same within your organization. So I think that's definitely what I hope we all do a little bit of. Did you want to add anything to that, Karen? I know you had a few thoughts on the kind of conversation piece.
So there's so many different ways that we can help and support each other and advance things forward. So in one level, I think even within CASQA, like one of the whole core reasons we exist is to help members learn from each other and how someone has a success and how can I have that success and do things better. So we certainly heard from some cities today, and everyone's really interested in how were you successful. So I would love for sort of an invitation to our members who've had successes to share those within CASQA to help those other municipalities looking for a way that they can have success as well. We certainly can help communicate the needs that we think come out of the summit and make asks to EPA for support as well. We can certainly, and I'm happy to do that. And then sort of two other actionable, tangible things I want to sort of, with intent, kind of put out there, and we'll see if Jared Boskel's listening. Yeah, he's listening. He looked up. He's waiting. So Jared's with CASA. One of the things I think we can do along that, again, that even then across organizations, we heard a lot that people want to learn and find ways that wastewater and stormwater can collaborate better together. And my thought is CASA and CASQA are a really great way to do that, and maybe put out a white paper to encourage all of our membership of here's ideas and ways that we think we can support you all in achieving that outcome. And then another thing is a guidance document, again, of how to help members, municipalities help each other. As there was a lot of interest in, again, the success and the approach that the city of Santa Barbara and the city of San Diego have had in really tracking down and abating human sources. So one of the things that, the question is there a starting point, an entry point that other municipalities can do to sort of start down some framework, a pathway where they can start to do the same thing? So I think that's something we can take back within CASQA and figure out if that's something we can help to put together to help municipalities, again, start to get to human source abatement.
And then on the more, next steps piece of getting back together, we want to do something of a report, written report out to everybody who's attended this summit. Not just share the presentation slides, but also try to synthesize, probably taking from these last few slides that we've just shared here, kind of the big highlights and takeaways. And then I didn't add to this, but I'm going to take the opportunity to mention it, that we're probably going to do a post-summit survey. And I was just thinking as we were talking that I think one of the questions I would like to add to that survey is, from the previous two slides of some of our takeaways, what would you add to those takeaways? So maybe that's something you can start thinking about for the survey. And then I would like to, building off of what John Bishop said this morning, I think we are going to try to reconvene. After we have some of these other conversations, try to pull together maybe some more tangible next steps and at least start seeing where we land after we do have a chance to digest and think about all of the information that has been shared over the last 2.5 days. And I don't know when that's going to be. Not going to schedule it today. I know somebody did ask for that, but we'll do what we can to come back together and share back out from after we have some of these conversations. And I think that is what I wanted to say for near-term items from this. Karen, would you like to come back up and join me in saying thank you? I really, before you do, I'm going to just take the opportunity for, you guys, this was a really fun 2.5 days. I appreciate the humor. I appreciate the insights. I appreciate you guys being willing to share what you were all experiencing and struggling with. I've really enjoyed it. Like I said, I've learned a lot, and so I just want to say thank you all. You guys were fabulous participants in all of this. To Ryan, thank you for giving us some really good guidance, both in the planning and just keeping us moving through all of this. To the whole planning committee who, is we've all kind of struggled a lot, right? And like, what would make sense? What would be most useful? How do we put this all together? I really want to thank the small group facilitators, most of whom are my team members in our standards and assessment section. Thank you. I know they've already kind of like, I'm done, I'm out. But I appreciate your guys' time and support. To Lily, to Callie, and to everybody else who just did the microphones, to Amanda and Christine. We had our admin support staff help bring the food in, as well as Ashley. I know you had some of your team help bring the food in. All of that was provided, by the way, from Casqua. So by Larry Walker and Associates, because the state, we don't do that for anybody. So I mean, this has been a big team effort to get this all together, and I think it's been really worthwhile. Thank you, everybody. All right. I know. Well,
hey, Karen, before you...
And thank you, Karen, for giving me the opportunity to put some time towards this.
Yeah. Well, Karen, before you say, I just want to particularly thank you, Rebecca, because I know you committed a lot of valuable time to this, but I saw how much work this planning committee has put into it and how much heart and soul. So, I mean, they and all the support team really deserve some... And Rebecca, just if you don't mind, I want to just put a shout out for those of you attending the Casca conference. We will have a session on the summit, and it will be sort of a reflection of what we just did. There's sort of a twofer we were talking about over the noon hour about putting some of these additional slides together, which we'll be able to hone and present to the Casca audience. But if any of you are there, we welcome you to come to the session and be part of the dialogue that will sort of spreading the word for others of what we've accomplished to date.
Right. So somebody said that collaboration and communication is harder than monitoring for bacteria. I think it was you. And it's true, right? I mean, this is hard stuff. And so I really appreciate your willingness to come and do the hard work of collaborating among all of our agencies, all of the different, raise your hand if you have just bacteria to think about every day. Nobody, right? We all have multiple priorities, multiple things that we work on. And so coming together to talk about this topic is great. As you all know, everything overlaps with everything else. All of our program areas overlap, all of our efforts and work overlap. And so this is a good opportunity for us to focus in on one topic, but also recognize that the more we get together and talk about all of the topics that we're working on in all of the venues we have the opportunity to do that, the better off we'll be. And so I was going to get up here and manage your expectations in terms of us getting right on standards right away. which I guess I will do that. There's lots of things that we're working on that we have to attend to and are high priorities for our board. But just know that this kind of interaction is also a high priority for our board. And they want to know that, did we talk to the stakeholders? How is this overlapping with our sanitary sewer system order that's coming before the board in December, right? I think about all these things that we're working on that have overlap. And so this is valuable. This is worth our while. We may not get big things over the finish line in the near term, but the more that we all come together to do what we can each day in our daily work, and just knowing who to call. I mean, I've met some people over the last 3 days that I hadn't met before, and have connections that I wouldn't have otherwise had we not gotten together in person, by the way. Was very helpful. So not very articulate, just a little bit of a cheerleading, managing expectations a little bit, but really look forward to continuing the conversation. I did have one added piece to one of the bullets previously, which is not just joint fact-finding, but joint knowledge sharing. I think that's what we did over the last few days, and I want us to continue that. Because we often get that, oh, the San Diego Regional Board did this study and you need to know about it, and what? And so, so joint knowledge sharing that takes it the next step is gonna be valuable for all of us. So again, I won't keep you any more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and I look forward to more conversations.
We're done. Karen. So, one of the nice things about our board meetings is the gaveling process, right? You're like, and that concludes. We needed a back. That concludes for today. We conclude. Done.
Karen.
Oh yeah.
And got you back.